The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital it takes precedence over his own family? Yeah. Alphino? Alize, it is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Here's the true evil one. Emelion, excuse me. And you people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you're here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I'm well aware that you and Master Jackass are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I don't know. Laura, what do you think? I'll go. Lore? The lore runner? What a splendid day this turned out to be. Champion of Orza. I insist you join us. Sure. But we must be quick about it, not only for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Lore, would you escort my children to the estate? And then she was gone without an opportunity to protest. Yeah, well, the matter's settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Listen, I've already adopted her children, Rack, so the next step seems logical, really. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates all the time, but I wasn't... That was the most... It was different for me, okay? I apologize. My mother's not one for taking no as an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Laura? It seems we have a little time to enjoy. Will you accompany us on our visit to our home? Yeah, sure, come on. I mean, I wouldn't do it just to spite him. I'm sorry. If we're going, let's get it over with. Be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking in our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. It's this way. Well, I mean, it is Apex, so, you know. Every match in Apex is the worst match ever in Apex. That's not true. Although I actually have no idea how the community of Apex is, since I've never touched it and never will. She's also the right height, that's true. Although, she's no Silva, you know. Would it be the Homewrecker Runner? The Wrecker Runner? When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I'd say alone, but Mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us traveling to different continents, different worlds even. The Lore Wrecker. That just sounds like I wreck lore. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, pounding down the path in panic, crying out my name. Damn it, I knew it! I've been ruining the lore all along. That's what all those negatives are. You have a large house.
Welcome home, my lady.
They have a lot of servants, too. That opening room is larger than my entire apartment. In real life.
What? What are you gawping at?
This is bigger than my apartment! And thank you, Strife. Very much, as always. If you happen to know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. Let me give you the best piece of advice I can, Tara. Don't even think about it. No, really. It is literally not worth your time or attention. And the more you think about it, the more it will bother you. Just admiring the craftsmanship, don't mind me.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
So, let's me get this straight. If I marry her, I get this.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Let's see. So, hot wife, get the kids, get the mansion.
Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Yeah, not seeing much of a downside here. Actually, she's not that attractive, but whatever.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
So,
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
all right, I'll put you on the evacuation list. God!
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sure, I will keep you company. Do the servants have to watch, though? I'm not into that.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
So there's the trailer outfit.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Look, Rugburn, the allure of Rugburn wears off pretty fast, I'm just saying.
it's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen.
It has
Please, tell me you had
3
something
belts.
made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
I don't like it. He's only got...
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
So he actually does have a belt. It just doesn't connect.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Yeah, we need to get you some nuance or muance or however you pronounce it. Sage weapons.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Now we'll leave. They'll probably pronounce it in a minute here.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Yep, we've stolen his wife, his kids, his mansion, and his weapons. The only thing left is his life.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
That's actually a good point. Rather than kill him, we'll raise him as an undead.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
It's hard to find common ground given the current circumstances. Really.
We will, Mother. I promise.
Unkeepable promises. Ding.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
He's a lot better at it than you.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts. And
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
See you around, Emelians. Thanks for the sex. What? It was really good sex. And that was that. Only God's no one will be back again. Probably towards the end of the patch content. Or the quest content, excuse me. Thank you for indulging in Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I will refrain from inquiring as the content of your private conversation. Thank you, Alphino. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home we carry with us. He said it, not me! These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let's return to the annex and enjoy our company. Yeah, I don't think Alphina would really want to know. I'm joking. I have no interest in her. We all know Sylva's the one for me. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Livio would be pure hubris. After all, we're on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. Yet neither can claim indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea? Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Jackass means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stem not from anger, but desperation. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether I poured in the Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Neoliths, they didn't say it out loud, as allies in battle, simply a new form of energy which went into manifesting my carbuncles. Don't think for a moment I'm jealous of Alphina's weapons. They're far more suited to him than me, and I refuse to change classes. Enjoy your time with the Livius, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I can only hope we can reconcile them with their father. They may return home one day with their heads held high. Or just, murder them. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide. And that flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forwards. Yeah. I'm confident once you scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot our next moves. Speaking of which... I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by etherite, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kral was of the same mind, has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. What? The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority on etherology, a field of study which she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both researchers at the Confluence. Hast thou gone to see them? Haven't you gone to see them yet? No. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, the many times I sought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which I have long been overdue. If it's settled, let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for someone named Kite. I don't know if that's photoshopped or not hazardous, but it looks good either way. Oh yes, here's my next prediction. I predict that I will stop saying my predictions out loud. And look! It's already come true. It's a miracle. Nah, I already did that, Ponton. And made fun of it, like you... Alright, so, the next quest, I think takes us to Thavnair, and I'm not sure I'm going to get there without actually having access to the etherite. But I'm going to try to come up with something. Let's see if I can go through this in some way here. What we got? Surely. Nope. Damn. Actually, while I'm here, there's a levy quest that I haven't unlocked, which I'm not going to. And it looks like that's it still. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, I got this. I just have to do this. There we go. There we go. There we go. There. Okay. Made it. Well, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We are associates of Krau, the students of Baldessian, and we're kind of banned from doing anything here, but let's ignore that for a second. We seek passage to Thavnair. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Haven't you heard? Allow me to explain. So in order to travel to Etherite, you need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether huddling along the livestream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Etherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to Etherite without being attuned to it? Then I would say you have just invented the most terrifying and dangerous weapon this planet has ever seen. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. We've finally done it! We've created a new kind of etherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been misleading. The user need not attune to these etherites, but the etherites themselves must be pre-attuned to each other. Ah, okay, that makes a little more sense. Still very useful. I mean, imagine for a moment there's a fictional setting where you have a portal, and you've got one hand of the portal, the other hand of the portal. All you need is to get one person with a good sneak skill up to a certain spot, plop down, and there you go. Your portal open, right? Still extraordinarily useful. So our nation has long since maintained strong ties to Radzahan. Indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. So we're to test these etherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. In fact, you might say these etherites were made for people like you. The magic's imbued within will whisk you away without effort on your part. Oh, so it's free. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from our way about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours. Let's assume she hasn't heard about the forum incident yet. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they helplessly drift the livestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Oh no, that's super useful. I agree, Tara. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Krau knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Did you hear they recently resigned their posts? Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, I understand, but I'm not privy to details. I see. Well, I'm sure it has nothing to do with the ethereal sea. Wink. Any other questions? No? Let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Etherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. I was actually just thinking that, Omega Legion. I wonder how possible it would be for us to carry one end of the portal with us. Oh no! Oh no! 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 To the first. And then plop it down, and then have a two-way portal to the first. Like, I imagine it would be nowhere near that easy, because look at the size of the Etherite crystal, right? But, I wonder how possible it would be. The words unsaid, yet weigh heavy on my heart. I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I know my reservations, but I'll trust in Krau. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. If you die on the way, well, sucks to be you. Maybe we could take it over piece by piece?
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
Nice earring. 3, by the way.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. if our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
And then she runs away. It was always a trap.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Well, this is terrifying.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
And we are never heard from again. Or worse, this is how we interact with the Ethereal Sea and learn whatever it is that the Forum already learned. And yeah, I noticed Heidelin is voiced by Aveline. I'd know that voice anywhere, because I actually like Dragon Age 2. Yep, we did it. We finished Endwalker. We died.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han.
And a tower.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Well, I'm fine.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, I'm less fine.
What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Yeah, what's with the lavos in the background? I know it's not lavos, but I called it that during the trailer, and it's dark, so I can't really see what I'm looking at. Can't tell what time it is in-game right now.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Oh, don't remind me. Oh.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Yeah, get me something sparkling and something ginger. Please.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Okay, I guess I'll bite the bullet on this one. Alright, whatever. You two sit here and be sick. I got stuff to do. Will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Oh god! Looks like several other people are having issue teleporting in. My goodness. I'm so sorry, everyone. Here, hang on. Let me try to ease your burdens here, especially yours. Okay. Oh, wait, let me... attune! Really quick. Can I blow this down? What? Oh, okay. Hold up. Hold up. For God's sakes. Okay. So I'm guessing this is now the other zone. So that's 2 zones now that I know about. Where's anything? Where am I? There I am. Okay, so it should be... Ah! God damn it. Ugh. You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. Oh, the Manusia. A traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special amra lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer you one for not the low, low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, but not 2, but 3 bargains. For 3 bottles, excuse me. A bargain. What is that? Bargain amongst bargains. Estinian, no. No. The price is high road robbery. Why do you say so much? But you must deny. No. Don't do it, Estinian. Don't do it! I thought you could barely stand. What could you need to tell me that's so urgent? You're getting fleeced. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Ah! It's apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That's a hell of an upmark. The confusion would have been quite costly for us both. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them and try to get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Yeah, sure. Well, I think everything's gonna turn out... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. You know what I really need? I need some hot chocolate. Where's my hot chocolate? There it is. There it is. That's gonna settle the stomach. Oh, yeah, there we go. And it made my competence materia 6 sell. So that's even better. Teensy-wincy. Not even my hard night's drinking comes close. Orianja is completely incapable of speaking right now. What is on... Oh, okay. Praise be the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. If I have, I'm not aware of it, Uasincor. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours, too. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we just have all these stream snipers. God. Right, ready to get down with it. The lassie truly works wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat, short of shedding my armor. Which is not happening, obviously. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. He said it's Thavnarian weave, tough and he's the rebel. And how much did you pay for it? 9,400 gil. A steel, I was told. Nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? I've been a lot of merchant places, and this is weird. I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It does seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnair as its dominion, the nation of Radzathan hath long thrived in the hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadera, a Matanga tribe indigenous to the island. Over time, they came to be joined by the other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the product of Hannish culture has come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. Development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint twixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make trading power of Radzat Han, yet such a statement cannot be taken for granted. It must be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see in evidence, given its merchants at the gateway town are free to fleece hapless adventurers and tarnish the reputation of the nation as a large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest oversight is weakened, or mayhap the people have fallen on hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, we've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, we shall see what information we can gather in this place. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. And there's some Amra Lassi. Yeah, speaking of people just vomiting all over the place, go vomit somewhere else. God. I'm trying to run a business here. Get your vomit. Get your vomit here. Is it truly so amazing to see my hair bound, just how I used to wear it, a functional fashion? Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Needhog's demise. It had fallen loose after the surgeons removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. Be thou assured I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Right, let's split up and make inquiries. Lore, the pier is yours. I feel like I'm being shot for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's just, I don't know, it's an inkling I get. See, what do you get when you have an extremely high damage reduction, really low perception stat? Tink, 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 tink. Aha! A crate of fruit! I knew it. They're on the verge of spoiling, as if they've been here so long. I was actually just about to say they're probably on the verge of spoiling. Well, now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. Who, Pika? People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naronair. It just stood there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be well after fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Oh, good news, they don't exist. So nobody knows. Oh. Thanks. No problem. I actually remember this dock, because yeah, that's the spot over there. Right up by the staircase thing? Or not the staircase, but whatever. The spot I was just at. There's very little ship activity here, which is not great. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it out of daily habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I do have a consortium to keep afloat. Can I ask a huge favor for people not to make too much noise around me, please? I don't envy his position. Better to do alone with little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you? If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazel a visit. He'd be glad for tidings him from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Okay. Well, over we go then. I mean, the initial joke was fine, I get it, but, like, come on. Jokes get old. And it is legitimately hard to hear with that. Hey, Valerian. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire's at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. Yeah, that's really close to town. I think that's the closest tower to town ratio I've seen so far. The city has its defenses, but we've afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner? Are you a merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I'm a lot of things, but I'm actually not a merchant. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? Yeah, what? My name is Matsya. I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later, then. Foreign vessels don't come to us. Why don't we use our own to deliver the wares for them? Not so simple. Besides, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone. Also, historically, some people... I'm going to sneak my way out. Here, there we go. Okay. Historically speaking, running and maintaining your own shipping fleet and trade fleet is extraordinarily expensive. And I don't just mean in terms of money. So yeah, most merchants are not capable of establishing their own merchant marine. Hello? Matsya? Yes? Can I help you? I remember seeing you back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, didn't you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali. It's a nearby village. I sell my catch to Katsal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. But as soon as he's free... Anyway, he's a hard-working man. I dare not disturb him. Oh yeah, I was actually doing a bit of a cursory glance at the Dutch India Trading Company recently. And the uniqueness of how they were able to leverage money in order to make a merchant fleet happen. Because the thing is, while it's extraordinarily expensive and horrifically costly if anything goes wrong, at the same time, once you get that wheel going, well, then you have the Dutch India Trading Company. And its ridiculous level of financial dominance. If I may ask, what is it you do? I help people and I solve things. Oh, you travel the world helping people. That must mean you're great at dealing with strangers? Won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Katsal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So, please, as silly as it may sound, will you peddle my fish in my stead? Yes. If you're willing, please let me know. Oh, absolutely, Casual, yeah. Even though he's, you know, fictional character. Right. Try to sell it to 3 people. This is the accompaniment thing that we technically already got the tutorial for, but it's still a thing that's cool. Do you guys see when someone's following me, by the way? I'm actually curious. What do I know about being a salesman? See, I'm actually a terrible salesman if you think about it. Because I'm not interested in making money. I'm interested in making a trade. You might say, what's the difference? A lot. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you, too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain here for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. I mean, there's other variances, but yes, you're correct, Tara. I'm gonna go with the obvious. It's too risky. Maybe I ought to move to the city, too. Well, I make sure to keep clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. No place is safer than the city, of course. But everyone up and left, what happened to Yeldama? Dangerous though it may be, I'll keep going with what I've done to the extent I can. Yeah, I understand. If it was me, I'd probably do the same thing. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind my asking? Fishmonger. Do you have your goods? If so, I'd like to buy one. Like me, you're doing your part to keep things normal. I respect that. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Oh, jeez, Velvetrix. Yeah. I mean, I'm probably an idiot here because I'm going to screw up the other two, but for me that was extremely obvious. You don't walk into a sale trying to make a sale. That's pretty much a guaranteed failure. Not just because of life in general, but because of the fact that most people who have had any experience with merchants of any kind whatsoever have a BS detector. Even normal people in the modern day age who don't really deal with vendors on a regular basis still have a BS detector. You know why? Because we've had to deal with things like ads since we were kids. Ads on TV, ads on the internet, ads on our phone. So you don't walk up and say, hey, want to buy something? But yeah, I'm going to do one of three, almost guaranteed. And I'm okay with that. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I'm going to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be of export quality. What do you need Amra for? Well, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. You don't look it. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing's coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment's arriving for this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. That doesn't sound like hunger to me. You know, when you think of it, I'm not sure. Rather than hungry, maybe I've been feeling unfulfilled? And I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. You need to be careful not to overeat. That's unhealthy. I'll try not to, thank you. Maybe it's for the best you don't sell fruit. Still, I enjoyed our chat. Took my mind off my troubles for a moment. You're welcome. Sorry. Frankly, I wouldn't sell that woman fish anyway, so I'm okay with that. Let's hear our last option. You're right, that is the difference between selling and trading. You're absolutely right. The moment she was like, oh man, I've been eating so much because I've been stressed, I'm like, oh, yep, okay. Got it. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, my stomach. Oh, God. Ether sickness? No, I just... In my hurry to get back to work, I ate a little too quickly. You should probably take it easier. Eat more slowly, savor your food. Not that I'm one to talk. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I can. The better to be prepared. Well, how do you intend to prepare, if you don't mind my asking? By stockpiling supplies. For that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Do we have anything suitable, Matsuya? We do have dried products, a Thavnarian cucumber, papaya fish. The latest of the batch, if you're interested. You can have them for a discount. Of the last batch. Truly, by all means, I'll take them all. And by contrast, this guy is someone we should have sold to before. And yeah, he did mention he preserved stuff. I'll accept 2 out of 3. I'm actually happy with that outcome. I don't think Tom Nook could survive anywhere, Pika. Guess I shouldn't abandon him here. Did you just... Okay, whatever. Trying really hard not to hit the mount button. Because it's right there, it's right there, I can hit it! I could be on a mount in seconds! I'd run over Bragan with an elephant. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You're welcome. You managed to sell 2 out of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. I'll take that as a compliment. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. Thought I heard a familiar voice, but who should it be but Matsuya? Katsu, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Yeah. I guess it's just a chunk of land in the background there. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming and hardly any going, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya, I am. But for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. Yes, Rex. I've poured all my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and family's depending on me, and I won't fail them. My sister's as my witness. They don't exist. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'll try not to yawn in the middle of the sentence. I had best return to the village. My thanks again. Take care on the road. I'm doubly weirded out because it was actually rendered in the CGI cutscene, so I figured it was something significant. Instead, it was just terrain. Very ethereal terrain, but terrain nonetheless. Oh, quests. Nothing I care about. Yet. I mean, most of the chunks of ether terrain we've seen like that were directly caused by Bahamut, so yeah, probably. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard the towers affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they use their faith of the hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business, as usual, for the Taloferoi. I mean, I can't accept that teleport. I imagine Tom Nook would just be Tom Nook. Like, there would be nothing different, Pika. He'd probably set himself up into Ul'dah, try to sell people stuff, bilk them, break people's legs, you know, the usual stuff. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's a... is he not? Apparently 'tis almost exclusively his people are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that would be their primary targets. For 'tis of the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. Better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, if I recall. Same direction as Kral's acquaintance, coincidentally. It's settled, then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. I am exaggerative. Tom Nook is not actually all that bad. There is worse and much worse than him. Even there within. I haven't even noticed it, Scion, to be completely honest with you. Now, this song's good. That's some interesting texturing right there. See the chunk of lightning ether a little bit better there. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. How long have I been playing this character? 92 days, 23 hours, 25 minutes. Still no Matsya. No! Somebody help! 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 We must save Matsya. And not aggro that evil elephant. You can tell it's an evil elephant because its eyes are red. Oh no! I will save you, Matsya. Glory be to Garlemald! Fuel. Gather fuel! Evening, paranoid android. Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came looking for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, to think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard it that we're being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should not travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I've no idea what they are. But I heard some bear unsettling a resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, they've taken to calling the tower Zot? House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and fully justified art thine to thou outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with the false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You came all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, of course! I would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. I'll ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk. Don't exist. And we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And our fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Let's do it. Wonderful. I just follow the road west down the hill. Can't miss it. I mean, at this point, I'm just waiting for the next tower to be the Tower of Bab-Il. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali. Oh my god. Way over here. Let's see if I can jump up. Nope, that's okay. Oh, there we go. If I can get on board. There we go. Did it. I made it. I'm free. Free. Yes. Free to look at the zone a little bit. This looks like a flying zone. My goodness. Look at that. Kirby would survive in any world. Kirby, that's kind of his thing. Ah! Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means White Beach, and there isn't much to save, but, there isn't much here to save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you can do worse than let's start with Konga and old Asvida. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Yeah, would this world survive Kirby? That's a good question. Would we have a primal of Kirby? Yes. Would Kirby eat the primal of Kirby? Yes. You want to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know from whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided in two groups. Okay. Okay. Yep. Whoops. No, whatever. Thank you, as always, for watching my show, Leander. I'll put that to Starmancer. Thank you. Yeah, it did. Whoops. Get rid of that. Alright. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. Yeah. It's an interesting way to make peace. Alright, I'll trade you a head, and you trade me an arm, and we'll be together that way. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll fetch you to my home at once. Okay. And thank you for watching my show, Doom Rider. I will jot that down for the Zelda blog. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Valvalis, Mylon, and Kainazo. or the three Magus sisters. They're the Manusia. You heard about them, right? The three sisters? The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva of wisdom. For this the alchemist told her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva, goddess of wealth. She courts many traders and her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, youngest. She presides over crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Oh, that sounds like fun. In like fashion to the Manusa, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, may I ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples in the ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Ark of Us. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons, too? It's said that an ancestor of the Satrap, that's the ruler of Radzahat, forged a covenant with the Dragon of Divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the Satrap. Legends hold that if the Satrap is ever in need, the guardian will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. Yet, no, just no. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident the information you've given us will serve well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kral's acquaintance. The Matenga. According to Kral's notes, we'll find a place called the Great Worth. Oh, Loxodon. There you go. Perfect. Hi, Sean. I like Loxodons. Hello, Loxodon. My name is Matsya. Right, sorry. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's beautiful, and kind, and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? Yes, Matsya. I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes! When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. If I could get up to the great work. Etherstone, please. Nope. Okay. On my own, I got this. Go! Let's stay ahead of things for 10 seconds. No! I can make it. Okay, I got it. I'll just have some copium back here. I can't outrace a chocobo. Some good copium. Someday, they'll let me play this game with my friends. There you go. That's my copium of the day. Someday this game will actually have co-op. Okay, hang on. All the dead bodies can wait for just a second. You know, that's a weird thought. I imagine if I was to make a giant elephant like this one, I'd probably make it in an MMO I was designing where if we get to a certain power level, we just start being able to have a mount speed of foot. Similar to what they did with the Worgen, but a little bit better designed. Let's see, let's have some orange juice.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Aye.
I am Vashan, servant to the Satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
I don't know. We just talked about how red eyes means evil.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
What?
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
You're trying to prevent tempering.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Don't mind me.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
The longer you delay, the worse this is gonna get.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Jump away, Estinian!
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oriange understands completely, of course.
Oh,
Yes.
dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
That's, that's, Ham.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Sure.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
I was actually thinking to myself, considering the voice acting company that does the English acting for this game is based in Great Britain, or the United Kingdom more accurately, it would not surprise me if they literally have access to, you know, first-generation Indian-born voice actors, so... I mean, not that a voice acting company would ever try to, you know, have someone who isn't of native birth try to emulate a voice acting. That just would be insanity. No one would ever do that. See you around, Takoida. Do have a good one. It's weird being so slow. It said shellfishes are ideal for those who suffered blood loss. Maybe we should acquire some from Matsya. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but for this occasion I'm glad to entrust the burden upon Estinian. Yeah, where is Estinian? Estinian? Is he alive? Pray me no mind. I'm here that I may be of service, nothing more. And dead! Alright, here we go. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Krell herself is tied up with another investigation, Laura is an eminently capable substitute and will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits a vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in a consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans which allow soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're in the midst of testing, but we're quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruptions of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales have proven most promising, probably because they are quite literally aliens. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your blessing of light comes in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Perhaps so, and knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. Oh my god. But as to your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you'll be venturing to the tower's field of influence. As so, for your safety, I will first test how well your blessed shields you, with your permission, of course. Yeah, sure. In that case, Arianje and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as you all work to the point of collapse. I suspect you can do with more hands. Yeah, what's with this work ethic? God, even I don't work until I just pass out in my chair. Close, but not quite there. If you're ready, let's put your blessing to the proof. Exit the Great Earth, turn south, go to the hill. First tribal scion? Yeah. Gabu. Like, easy answer. After that, I'm not so sure, admittedly. I have to think about it. So hang on, I need to go south, which is actually the way I just came from, so that's cool. How do I get up there? Can someone just fly me up there, please? And spare me this. Ah, thank you, U.S. Corp. Here. Let me toss a coin. My Chocobor. Soraban. Remind me who Soraban is. Thank you. Turtle. No. Soraban would be a terrible scion. Ignoring the fact that he's busy in one way, he's also busy in another way. Like, no. That'd be like saying, alright, let's make Amaric a scion. Like, he's kind of got a full-time job, you know? I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I gave you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. Deepa is a lantern presented to gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from tradition, we created this device to test talisman efficacy. Efficacy, there we go. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capacity. Please begin when you're ready. I'll observe from a safe distance. Okay. Ah! How is it... You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. By the way, thank you for the ride, US Corp. What? Please stand back. Got it. Do I have to stand back? Please gather near. Okay, that's dumb, but whatever. Spaghetti code, I get it, I get it. Gotta leave to come back. No irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Nope. I'm an idiot pirate. Who's Lovely? Yep, we gotta go forwards and back. Forwards and back. Forwards and back. Forwards and back. Oh, right, right. I would never try to recruit a Fae, even the relatively minor and mild Fae of this setting, to my side. Because they're Fae. And as we've just already showcased, even Fae-Ul, who is actually pretty legit, is still a Fae. So I'd probably go with a no on that one. Like, I get where you're going from that, and I'd love to see more Fae-Ul as a character. But I wouldn't try to recruit her to an organized construct, a societal construct, you know. Such fortitude rating. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow for final discharge. I mean, I'm just saying, Inamishao, that compared to other works of fiction, the Fae we encountered are very mild. Etheric exposure test concluded. Please collect and deliver to the supervising alchemist. Hello? Veclug? I mean, even the Numao have their own Fae properties to them. They're just a lot more structured in how you can deal with them. Ah, so you've returned. And not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Yeah, here you go. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. No dizziness, nausea. You're feeling perfectly fine? The strength of your blessing is without doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for tasks ahead with easy hearts. There's no dancing thanker over here. What are you talking about? Actually, I think that's Eureka armor. But... oh no, that's a PvP gear, isn't it? You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink. Will we exhaust our supply for it? Spirit weed! We need to go get spirit weed. Yeah, sure. It is Eureka. I was right. Yay. I actually do like how they do their due diligence to make sure that we're immune, rather than just presuming we're immune. Also useful considering we're not 100% sure we're immune anymore. Oh, don't mistake me, we probably are, but if we're being honest, it hasn't been tested in a while, and we don't know with total certainty that that's a thing that's always going to be there. There's nothing wrong with doing a safe test of that every now and again. Yeah, exactly. There's scientific method exists for a reason. Oh my god, have I given the negative for ether currents yet? Of course I haven't. Let's see here. Let's just go ahead and jot that one down here. Whoop, 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 whoop. I may be simply imagining it, but I feel we're being followed. Oh no, we're being followed by... Target found. Subdue... Why did it get rid of my... Subdue and capture. Reunion. Reunion. Nah, that's fair. Alright, I won't give a negative to ether currents yet. I'll give a negative to overworld design. And we'll see what we think of the ether currents when we get there. That gave me a fright. I think that moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. I think the sisters, I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I suppose. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars up the rise. Okay. "700 years, Death Eagle." I have no idea. I never did, I never will. Even Mr. Red doesn't know. He claims otherwise, but he's actually wrong. Yep, I've become an FF14 streamer. That's my life now. Thank you, Mr. Red. As always. Yep, I'm going to be a VTuber too. Get some giant rack going on, you know. Call myself Amaranth, or Amaranth, I have to say her damn name. Looks like that's just straight going to Darkest Dungeon. You got it. Done. Here we are, Kajia's footsteps. Kajia was a great dancer, and those who followed her, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it at once, if you'd be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. I'm ready to protect you from kidnapping. If it makes you feel any better, Final Cloud, we had a massive almost a full hour discussion on ether currents some time ago. Well, how many days are you up to, Death Eagle? Yeah, you should have seen the WoW lore run, which is longer than this.
Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Ah. Well, thank you very much, Omegalomaniac. Always appreciate it. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you. And I hope you'll enjoy the VOD when we get there. Yeah, the WoW lore run was substantial, and that terminated at Warlords, if you remember. February 11th on Falkenstein.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the Satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the Satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzadhan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present Satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the Satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the Satrap is what has allowed Radzadhan to thrive all these years. And it was the Satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the Great Work, shall we? Sure. Why not? But that would mean we'd be on Fandaniel's side, final. Oh. Thank you again for your assistance. With your help, we're that bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. We do. We help people. We shall help you kill yourself, Fandaniel. Now, if you excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. Ah, you're back. Cling, cling, cling. I have a message for you, Mistress Nadana. It would seem the stores of Giant's Gall are running low. What? When I last looked, there were still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about the tempering cure, and Astidian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to attend to this if you like. Much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there while kidnappers are at large. Law. Go do this. Okay. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuya. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It happens I have an errand of my own that'll take me to an outpost nearby. And may we borrow a pair of Hamsa? But by all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring them to the entrance. Meet there when you're ready. Cashel asks an interesting question. Do you hate all these side quests? The answer is yes, of course. Checking. Yep, nope. Cashel says, are you looking forward to a playthrough of Burning Crusade with friends, given that even WoW is better for playing with friends than Final Fantasy XIV? So, in a vacuum, my answer to that would be, yeah, of course. But truth be told, it's more accurate to say that the answer is no. Because I firmly believe that when we get to the WoW runs, no one will be playing with me. So, you know, that'll suck. But that's okay. WoW is about as solo-friendly as this game is, so that works out. So these are kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery can be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. This is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let's make first to the outpost. We set forth at your word. Yeah, let's go. This looks extraordinarily uncomfortable. I'm picturing doing this as a Rogadin male. Yeah, I've seen that argument, son. Haven't decided yet. Especially since I'm very, very, very loath to do any side quests without, you know, flying. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden Dodos before, be warned they have a wobbling gait. That spectacular formation stretching over the water is called Kadja, a word which means sword. The sword, legend holds, was wielded by Manusia against the Murga before it was cast down at Conflict's End. Okay. The left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the breach. Has there ever been a side quest you thoroughly enjoyed at a game? Yeah, like half the quests. Wow. I mean, if you want me to pick out a specific one, how about the one dealing with, oh god, what's his name? Matthias Lenner. That quest chain in Icecrown. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the Tower of Zod, apparently. Yeah, no kidding, we had. Sore. You are stiff and sore. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the Satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Although we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these last few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often wandered alone. It's been, what, 2 years since you took over? Wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went to represent the Satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you, all that I do of my own volition. And gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the Satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as little brother to us all. Take care. Do you hear? I will. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Lore Runner of the Eorzean contingent. Come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea? Oh, towers have appeared there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? Not good. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of your hours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. Also, a lot of side quests in BioWare games tend to be good, too, while we're on the subject. Very carefully, Dream Whisperer. They're all button downs. That's what it is. All appears quiet at the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if you approach them. Like Iron Bull, yeah. First you rip it up a bunch, then you flex. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats, such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we're struggling to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions they came in force, we have paid a heavy price. What of the towers of Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same elsewhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. And hang on, what's going on? Yeah, I'm almost positive that Rai could play WoW with me. The problem would be it would be a new account. For all intents and purposes. And that's the problem. Because they're stupid. But it is available, it's just stupid. You should know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared there on the Isle of... We're safe from its influence at this distance, but to go far into water, you'd be exposing yourself to its corrupted ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Well, you know. Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. Yeah, speaking of changes I would make if I was in charge of ActiBlizzard, just open it up to worldwide accounts. I mean, FF14 hasn't even done that, but, you know, I don't think they haven't done that because they don't want to. I think they haven't done that because there's issues in the way. By contrast, BattleNet is already worldwide. So, you know, at least some of that is already in place, you know what I mean? And I got a donation from Churchy. Thank you very much. As always and ever. And that's going towards the Dragon Age block. You got it. They go towards dealer's choice, Final Cloud. Actually, that's not quite fair. It's more like the first thing that happens is donations that I don't get a response on. I actually have a little filler area here where they just kind of sit on the document for a while. And if a while passes and nobody's ever, come back and said, hey, then it goes to dealer's choice. So it's like a two-step system. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telepharoi? We know they're the ones behind the tower, and they've declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What do they want? That's a good question. They want to die and take everyone with them. What madness is this? You can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brethren. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzatan originally receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trader vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will be grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, and mine will keep me here a while longer, so I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. Just head east upon the Hamza, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Do I have to? Okay. Alright, here we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh, God! Oh, I actually have control this time. That's even more terrifying. Yep, this is the worst mount in the game. Yep. And there's some bad mounts in this game. Yep, nope, this is it. This is the best everything. This is, I look like I'm gonna fall off any second. I'm probably tearing its feathers out just to stay on top of the damn thing. Yeah, I feel really bad for this poor thing. Like, I like being a giant, but I don't think this thing likes me being a giant. I can make it. I can make it! Come on! No sooner do you arrive than it rushes off. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, God. Alright, take to the skies. This is indeed the Giant Skull grounds. Is there something you require? Yeah, I need some stone. Ah, of course. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. The least we can do is provide them with the material they need. Here you are, sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always have some set aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they have but to ask. That is... Oh my god, there's so many quests here. Hang on, do I care about any of these right now? Nope. Oh, Rax. That's... yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Everything tracks. Welcome back, Lore. I hope you have obtained the Giant Skull. Yeah, here you go. Oh, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it'll be time for the true test, so take your ease while you can. Yeah. Just gonna chill for a minute. I secretly am a fish, Pillars of Snow. A lot of piano in the Endwalker soundtrack, I've noticed.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Not a Stynian, apparently.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
I can say that.
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Wait, did we just do something in a cutscene? Immediately and without hesitation?
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
I like how they don't question it, too.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
And they're dead.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Kill you, got it. Like one of the options is, oh, you needn't ask. What the hell?
Either way, We are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
That's actually stupid, but okay. Admirable, but stupid.
Should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
The Final Cloud asks a question. Who's more likely to destroy the world of FF14? Fandaniel or Kefka? The problem is, I don't know Fandaniel, so I can't actually answer that fairly. If you asked me to pull a judgment call right now, put a gun to my head, etc., I would pick Kefka. Kefka for the many things wrong and... that's way up there. And, problematic with him is actually really, really good at making things happen. He's organized and competent and capable. Also, yeah, to be perfectly frank, Kefka has already successfully destroyed one world. The only reason he stopped is because he realized it wasn't actually doing anything for him. It didn't mean anything. So it was all pointless. Now there's an interesting idea. An Elseworld story where Kefka never got in the head. Think about what that kind of a personality and strength of will could accomplish if they weren't, you know, wrong. It wouldn't be Kefka at that point, for all intents and purposes, but it's an interesting thought. Thank you, US and Corp. Rather finer boat than I expected, but I won't complain. Yeah, tell me about it. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if it should come to be corrupted, don't stay your hand. Uh-huh. It would mean removing Gestalt from the board, which ironically would probably also improve that world substantially. Yeah, exactly, Blade Triple.
Soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Also true, Cashel.
Any moment now.
It would only mean a Kefka who is ambitious and driven, but not deranged, as Blade Triple said. Shell. Or I guess that would be Protect, wouldn't it? No, that would be Shell. It's an etheric thing.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
It looked like Protect, but yeah, it would make more sense if it's Shell.
So far, so good. The Scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
It's true, Gundunian. This is pure speculation, but I wonder if the tower is sending out pulses of tempering, not a constant field of tempering. That would explain the periodic shimmers.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the Scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Then come back to the boat right now.
Now we can focus on production.
Nope.
Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Stop talking and go back to the boat.
What?
Ugh. Yeah, lore shock. God damn. Well, it looks slightly less organic than I thought, which is good. Still a little too organic for my taste, but you know. Yeah, it's not to the level of Zerg. Weirdly enough, Zerg has only rarely bothered me.
Let me go! Let me go!
Despite the fact that I really don't like organotech and never have. I don't know.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Yeah, I can tell you what's about to happen here. She's about to toss it to us. Or, nope, that. Never mind. Yep, she's worse than dead. Cool. That's good. Go pick up the thing. Go pick up the thing! Oh my god.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
You remember that, that scene where Varys shoots, you know, one of the Self bodies? Just in the middle of speechifying? I would just love it if just...
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Not now.
At your service.
Wait, what? Also pronounced weird.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Elegance, ladies and gentlemen.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death.
If you remember, Zonde, or how the hell you say his damn name, was also portrayed as that way all the way back during the Crystal Tower chant. That's why he connected with the Cloud of Darkness and the Void. Better that everything die and never be than to be and then cease. And other such dribble.
In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
So, hey, your best alchemist is gone because of stupid. Sorry. I'm apparently just a really, really terrible bodyguard. Which is funny, because I am consistently a terrible bodyguard in, like, every cutscene in the entire game. It's your on, Rex. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? Well... There's Fandaniel along, blah, 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 blah. Just tell everyone else that everything went to hell. So yeah, everything went to hell. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, my class is quite literally a bodyguard, and I'm just absolutely terrible at it. I'll be right back. Yeah, you'd think we could just jump down and go for the thing. Like, there's no rush. There's no threat for being in there. Take some time. Find this thing. You know. So. Yeah, I'll go explain how I dropped the ball. In a very literal sense in this case. So yeah. I suck. Sorry. Can you answer me this? Though she's trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Define alive. We must make warding skills. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. She proved this at peril to herself, so let's make more. So we can save them. Yeah, that's... Okay. Friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you that which you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link, bro, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. As for Eorzean individuals, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Narana notes your vital contribution to talisman creation. The fact came to the Satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deity, wishes to meet with you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would rather discuss further avenues of collaboration. So, please have an audience with His Excellency. Yeah, sure, that can't go terribly wrong. Last time I went with a body of leadership, it went horrifically bad, but, you know, whatever. Sorry, taking notes. Where am I going? I'm going way up there. Can I ride with Braven? Nope. Well, shoot. Oh, wait, I can ride with you as in court. Yay. Yeah, I'm gonna forget the Ether quest. On purpose. Because we're not there yet. Taking in the sights, don't mind me. I might Final Cloud. I haven't decided 100% yet. It does kind of depend on how good, bad, or in between they are. Cashel asks, what character traits do you say defines the Warrior of Light in your eyes? Well, other than the obvious fact, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. When I last visited, the map was brimming with life. I expect the towers dampened the mood somewhat. Be it in Eorzea, here or in Eorzea, all share the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray we may join in common cause with the Satrap. By the way, I'm going to call it right now that we never rescue any captives and they all die. In every tower. Probably simultaneously to fuel the big ritual that he's actually building up towards. Of the Satrap, I only know the common tidbits. The position is hereditary, it's not considered a sovereign. Despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem with which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse than for that as an ally. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is in higher state alert, and strict restrictions are placed on entry. We've been granted special permission. I ask you to remain close to me at all times. Yeah, I get it. We won't get the Yulmore waypoint yet. I don't understand nihilism. It's stupid.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly, Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
I mean, we lost Nadana because I was a terrible bodyguard.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I mean, I do want to eat, like, all of that fruit. I love fruit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Pay no attention to the giant face behind the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
That's the one from the trailer.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
a charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That explains that. I was actually weirded out because this whole time I sort of assumed the kid was the worm. And he was.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
Yeah, well.
Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
I mean, he's got a point, really.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Yes, I'll do the dungeon for you. God.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. Oh, also, I'm gonna guess with high certainty that we're very close to doing a dungeon, probably one called the Tower of Zot, so I'm gonna need people. I will be tanking, of course. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now that we have a clear objective ahead of us, let's rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the etherite before departing, unless you enjoy violent nausea. I love it! Yeah! Yeah! Sorry. Okay. Where? I do have this attuned, right? Just making absolutely sure. Yes, okay, cool. Damn it, I knew it! Always knew. All I'm going to say for right now is the Amon thing is something that was in the back of my mind, but I will admit I didn't call it. The dragon thing, I called in generics, but not in specifics. I was pretty sure not only that the kid was a dragon, but that the dragon was in charge, and I was right. Oops, where am I going? This one. But I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to brag. It was actually laid out pretty thoroughly as a, and not so much as a reveal as a foreshadowing. Like it was laid out pretty flatly. There was no attempt to artificially drag it out for drama's sake. It was more like, yep, nope, it's totally a dragon. It's totally a dragon. And then it was a dragon, and that's cool. And I like it. So I should probably mention the Amon thing. Did you notice that Amon was called out by name in the Shadowbringers patch quests while we were investigating the Cure to Tempering over in Azus Law? And I tend to pay attention to that kind of thing because there's certain... FF14 has a strong habit of only mentioning names under two circumstances. One, if it's about to be relevant or they're trying to redraw your attention to it, or two, if they're establishing world building. And suddenly randomly name-dropping Amon in the middle of Azus Law, specifically with regards to tempering, didn't sound like world-building. It sounded like, hey, this is relevant. That being said, I really did not call that Fandaniel was Amon. And I'm going to keep calling it Amon, by the way, because the way they pronounce it is stupid. Moving on. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back to chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, huh? Hey, I actually get something at 82. What do we get at 82? I also don't even remember how they pronounced it because it was so nonsensical to my mind that I couldn't actually process it. So, Heart of Corundum. That's a lot of text, so I'm not going to read any of that. What did that replace? That. Okay. Hang on. Figure out what that replaced, and then I can move from there. There it is. Okay. Probably Scion, but I'm going to keep calling it Amon. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright. I might have to move that. Because that's, yeah, I'm debating where to move that. That cooldown is pushed down quite a bit. I might just straight up replace Nebula with that. On the bar, I mean. Obviously, I'll still have Nebula. In fact, I think that's a good idea. I think I will do exactly that. That feels like an X button to me. Yeah, let's do it. In the dark of the tower. Nah. Since there's been progress in both investigations, let's share our findings. Yes, you heard about Amon. I legitimately don't remember how they pronounced it. It didn't fit in my brain, so I didn't even retain it.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
That's a good damn question.
Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
And killed them. Don't forget it killed them. Oh, also, no, Amon is not a Pokemon. He's a Digimon, obviously.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
No, it's okay. I'm going to keep calling it Amon and Luthia as well, Science. I'm just going to whatever that.
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Now, the leader of the Sinistral's name, that's one I've never figured out a good pronunciation for.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alphino's in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
That's not what I hear from most players.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzathan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Zadnor is identical experience to Boja, but it has more people and therefore is likely to be more profitable, and has substantially more metal by a factor of 10.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
I'll have the drinks ready for anybody who uses that. So, this is either going to be our first success or our first failure. Which do you think it's going to be? Hi, Ross. Hey, quick, how do you pronounce the Sinistral of, Chaos, I think? His name? Hang on. Sinistral of Chaos. Yep, nope, he's Chaos, I'm right. Hello? Well, there's another zone we'll be doing. Oh, so you say Amon? Man. Alright. Well, I'm gonna say Amon. So, you know. I have rolled the number. I can go all the way up there. I mean, ignoring the fact that it's actually spoken as Amon in more than one game that I can think of off the top of my head, there's also the fact that Amon just doesn't work in my mouth. You can make fun of me for that if you want, that's okay. I can't say Aerith either, which is why I persist on that one. Also, I really don't give a damn about that asshole, so he doesn't deserve to have his name pronounced correctly, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, no, I just am now aware of 3 zones in this game. I wasn't expecting one to just pop up on the map like that. Here's a question. How do you pronounce the Sinistral of Terror's name? Because I've never codified that one in my head. Our friend of Eorzea, we've been told to expect you. You and yours will lead the mission to the tower. Deus? Interesting. I've actually never heard anyone pronounce it Deus before. I've heard Daus and Deos. And Daus, as in D-O-U-S-E. Deos. I've actually heard that one too. Deos, yeah. I mean, it's like pronouncing Isla's name over in Chrono Trigger. You have 2 A's in a row, and a Y. How the hell do you pronounce that? Is the future of etherite travel? I think I'll stick to boats. Well, it's weird, Rax, because I don't know if you've noticed, but it kind of has. It just sort of, like, that's the first time that I've seen that pop up. Like, every other time I've been whapping around, I haven't seen anything. Including Charlian and Radzathan, so. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. I mean, I once had people tell me that well, you know what, let's just say that I've heard the most toxic comments, excuse me, the second most toxic comments I've ever had on my show, and this is not a joke, about my pronunciation of the word Arcanum. So, I am entirely aware that there is a fairly large group of people on the internet who get really prickly about pronunciations. I should know because I get those people commenting on my videos all the time. Now, usually it's not that toxic, but, you know, I am very accustomed to that, so I just kind of don't care, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't mean that to be negative. What I mean is I just kind of do the best I can, you know what I mean? And I'm not joking. Almond doesn't work in my mouth at all. That's why I'm not even bothering. Tell you Varshan to not confuse people. Alright, well. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. Yeah, there are 3 pronunciations I've refused to budge on. Amon, which we can now add that to the list. Arcanum, because it sounds better to me. And Eris, because I literally can't say the other one. I try, it's actually, you know what irritates me the most? Is I try very hard to change my pronunciations to be accurate. The other 99% of the time. I even fixed myself to start saying Midna, even though I hate that. But no, nobody ever notices that. Nobody ever notices or cares about all the effort and attention I put into changing pronunciations that are grilled into my brain. No. They only notice the 3 times when I'm not. Sorry, it actually legitimately pisses me off. I apologize. I should leave this topic alone. I don't understand what I'm being asked here. Hang on. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, so you've got this, Thancred. You can do every one from now on. Midna is actually pronounced Midna. They have said it once in one side game. Ever. But as soon as I heard that, it was Hyrule Warriors, by the way. As soon as I heard that, I was like, alright. And I forced myself to say Midna, which just sounds so wrong to my brain. Midna, by the way, is how both me and my sister say it without even hesitating. In fact, when I say Midna, my sister actually has to take a moment to process who I'm talking about, because to her it's still Midna. And yeah, I had to force myself to say Titus. That was a hard one. That took a while to get there. Because he'd been Titus for me for a very long time. No, it's okay, Rex. I know I'm a moron, so can we just let it go before I get even angrier than I already am, please? Thank you. So who wants in? Give me some numbers. I'm just saying that I've heard this crap so many years, for so long, and all of it's insulting, and I'm goddamn sick of it. And that's all I'm saying. I just want to punch people. Is that so wrong? Alright, so let's see. Obviously, I'll be tanking, because that's kind of the goal here. Let's see. Is that everyone? So you gotta joke about it when you're angry. That's a pro tip for me. I'm not actually joking about that. I am joking, but I'm not joking about the thing I'm joking about. Because when you joke about something, you gotta kind of turn it into a recurrent joke, and that way you get people to look at you weird. The whole point is, rather than trying to continue being angry, just try to make it into a lighthearted joke. Make it something funny, lighthearted, silly. That way you can kind of segue out of being angry. It's a good way to kind of pull down the rage level. If that's everyone, looks like it's going to be Canada Bangs, Brigwin, and Gigapudding. Let's see here. The number was 77, for those curious. Gigapudding will probably be healing. Brigwin will probably be dancing. And I don't remember who Canada Banks is. I mean, yeah, exactly, Reggie Brock, to be completely blunt. It also irritates me if I could just give one last moment of ranting, because I really do spend a lot of effort and a lot of work trying to be correct about my pronunciations. And people just harass me about it, to be as blunt as I can about that. And you know what that feels like? When you're trying really hard to do something, maybe it's a painting, maybe it's a project, maybe it's a song, maybe it's some kind of code. Maybe it's something you're doing at work, and you put a lot of work and a lot of effort, and you really try, and then someone points out the one thing you did wrong. That's how it feels, and that's why it pisses me off so much. So I apologize. I still don't know who Canada Bangs is. Canada, oh, your server malfunction. I remember this. I remember. Hey! Okay. So we've got 2 healers. Perfect, let's do it! I will admit, before I go any further, one last thing I'll say about this is the mispronunciation thing has been a thing for a huge number of years in most of the circles I'm in, because how many games have we played that haven't had voice acting? How do you pronounce Marl, or Isla, or Sabin, or Gades, to go back to that example, or Tifa, or you get it, right? Like, there's just so many words across so many games that don't have voice acting, so we actually have nothing to go on. How do you pronounce Galuf? Which I used to say Galoof, or Galoof, excuse me, sorry, I said Galoof, there we go. And I'm still in the process of trying to change that, because this game, the one I'm playing right now, pronounces it Galuf, which I'm still trying to get used to. Yeah. Work on it, working on it, working on it. Anyways, we should do this dungeon that we're doing. Oh, it's got a separate tab. Okay, okay. Yeah, Ferris? How do we pronounce Ferris? No, sorry, Ross. I didn't even notice that question. So that would be Goddess? Goddess? Gades' name would be pronounced Goddess in Imperial. That's funny. I didn't even think about that. Amon would be Amun. And then Deus would be Daos. Actually, there would be a pause there in Imperial. Sorry, so it would actually be Da, and then slight breather, and then O. So Daos, like that. And then Iris would be the last one. Sure. Go Bio, Bragman. Yeah, what's funny is I still don't know what people are on about Tirisfal. But that's probably because I've never rewatched it. Man, yeah, that's gross. Hey, look, it's an enemy from FF4. Well, I've already heard this song, so this isn't new to me. I mean, people get upset over stupid things on the internet. No offense. And that's another thing you just sort of get used to if you are on the internet for 11 years in a public job, where people are constantly making fun of you for everything you do. I'd like to say my skin is thicker, and it is, but I'd be lying if I said I don't get bothered by things now and again. Oh god, tell me about it, Serrani. Oh, Bragman's back. Hi. So yeah, this thing. Remember these jackasses? Some of the earlier elite mobs we fighting for, which I believe I discussed during that particular run. I will admit English is extraordinarily inconsistent, probably because it's literally a patchwork language. So, you know, that's kind of a problem. It's funny, because English is actually a brilliant language in its own right, but for reasons that most people wouldn't even be aware of, because probably most people haven't actually studied the language. Not that I'm saying people should, I'm just saying the fact that you have to study the language to get that is kind of eyebrow-raising. By contrast, you know, Japanese, for example, is a language that's... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, did he just jump off the edge? just freaked me out for a second. Japanese tends to be fairly self-consistent and fairly rules-heavy. And then some other languages, which I believe German is like this, in their method of evolving is rather than using new terms or new temperances, what they instead do is they just keep adding words onto words onto words onto words. So, you know, to describe something specific, you might have a word that's this long, right? It is German? Okay, I was right. That's what I thought. Which is the way they approach that. That's arguably a better method than what English does, because what English does is it reappropriates words. Did you know that memes means two separate things depending on context? And that's English in a nutshell. English is very context-heavy. It relies very heavily on surrounding circumstance and tone and target and speaker in order to get across intent. And that's problematic, especially when written. The other weird thing about English, and the one thing I'll praise about English, is that English has a weirdly large amount of nuance to it. Because English has like 5 to 10 to 15 words for a singular thing, which allows for a lot of gradients in subtlety. Now, the downside with that is because English is such a rapidly evolving language that what the specific gradients mean actually varies. Good luck, Mr. Red. Nice, von Falkenstein. Alright, so boss 1 is... I forget which one, but it's the small one. Mindy. Alright, let's do it. Whoops, too far away. There we go. Hey, here's that cool song from earlier. Yeah, there's another word. Do you know that the word banger only became used as that method within the last few years in English? Speaking of English being a developing language. Yeah, also a slap. And what's funny is both make sense if you think about it for a second. It's a headbanger. It's a song that makes you headbang. Or it's a slapper. It's a slapping good song. It involves literally slapping along to the beat. But language just languages its way through things. It's weird. Interesting. Language gonna language. I really like the new Heart of Corundum, by the way. Can I just say that? Can I just accept that? That is such a better cooldown than it used to be. I mean, it was already a decent cooldown, but it's Heart of Stone, but man, that's a nice upgrade. I am super not making that. Nope. That's okay. I accept. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, even looks cool. And off she goes. Canada Binks, what are you wearing on your feet? You know what, never mind. It's probably best I don't. Oh yeah, I should probably actually look into gear. Both of those are healing. Got it. That's a weird feeling, having to look at gear. I haven't had to do that since Shadow came out. I'm still rocking 530 gear, so I keep kind of checking. Oh, hey, people who have started to physically change. That's really gross. That's mega gross. Can we not? Can we not? The weapon is 510, yes, because relic. What is that? What was that? Might actually be a better way to phrase that question. Anyways, last thing I wanted to say. Sorry, I actually had something else to say about that whole language thing, and I apologize. I got a little off track there. The last thing I want to say, and then I swear I'll let go of the language thing, is I apologize, Scion, and anybody else. I'm not trying to cause anyone undue grief via pronunciation. That is indeed the primary reason I try so hard to pronounce things correctly. Except for Amon, because screw him. And we've got Hypertuned in here. Oh, that's cute. I'm glad to know the Hypertune technology advanced beyond Stormblood. I was worried that we'd never see those nightmares of death and destruction again. But, you know, they had my back, you know? It's all good. I'm gonna get hit by this because I'm alt-tab. There we go. Any day now. There you go. Hypertuned. Oh, I don't think we'd even deal with that. No. Yeah, 520 gear, yep. Alright. No. So, just to try this really quick, Von Falkenstein. Manticorian? Because that's what that is in my head. Lord knows my head is stupid. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, how do you mispronounce Manticorian? Actually, I'm kind of curious on that one. They don't even have heads anymore. They just have tentacles. They're just tentacles. It's just tentacles. Yeah, it's just tentacles on top of tentacles. It's kind of gross, actually. Manticorian? Interesting. I mean, I'm not one to talk. I was saying Amdapor wrong for years. I still stumbled over it for just a second there, as I had to mentally correct myself. Now it's time for Sandy. that's why. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna move Nebula back down. That sounds like a philosophical question to me. Okay. They're called Berserk Spheres. They're probably going to explode at some point. Oh, a little further. Wow! It's a little bigger than I thought it was going to be. Here-ish, maybe? Nope, right on my face. Nope. Ugh. It's a decent song. I like it. I was gonna say, I bet the last fight is just all of them combined, and I just can't wait for that. I'm actually legitimately looking forward to that, but, you know, whatever. As long as I don't have to, like, wait for the reflect to fall off on the one, so I can hit the other one. Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the Mage's sister, so it makes perfect sense. Hey, it's my frickin' mounts. Oh, hello. Hang on. Well, okay, we'll go ahead and kill these really quick. Just to appease your bloodlust. Oh, no, you were... I'm sorry, Canada Bangs, you were fine. So in case you missed that, I was actually berserked, so I didn't have control of my character. That's why I was standing in the telegraph. So you pulling me out of that was actually a really good call. I could have just taken my hands off the keyboard for all I could do at that moment. That's why they call it Berserk. It's actually funny, I was thinking about that. Berserk is something that's been an interesting conversation when it comes to gameplay design for many years. But in FF14, it would be a horrific debuff. Because, yeah, sure, you do more damage, and yeah, you attack more, and yeah, you have higher crit chance, but you can't dodge telegraphs. Think about that for a second. Think about this game, except you just don't dodge telegraphs. Golden stack, golden stack, golden stack, golden stack. Yeah, okay, hold on, I want to get it. this because you get a little bit of sense of the scale. It's still gross. It's still gross, but there's the core operation. Interesting. Hang on. Get something up super quick. Who would just fight? Cindy. Cindy. So the reason Berserk was on my mind is actually because of something completely unrelated. Because the question is, how do you make a Berserker job work in this game? And the answer is you don't. But the even more difficult question there is, how do you make Berserker job work in general? The harsh reality is that making a Berserker job, who by very definition is someone who does not have control, like that's the definition of Berserk, is something that's problematic in any game, never mind an MMO. So, it's been something I've considered an interesting creative challenge several times. I've never really come up with an answer I rather like. Yeah, exactly, Yosemcore. Oop, hello. A Reaper weapon. Woo. Yeah, sure, let's see what it looks like. Nope. We're good. Oh, Mark II Zot Colossi. This time they've got a second arm. Oh, Jesus, Final Thought, I'm sorry. No one should have to deal with that kind of nonsense. Not even me. Yeah, notice I am not going wall to wall. Partially because I'm not stupid, and partially because I'm not an idiot. Despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Also, I've been paying attention to my health. I think I've said that before. My standing modus operandi for tanking is you can kind of tell how much, like you can tell the flow of how much damage you're taking versus how much the healer's keeping up with it. And so you can always tell if you should pull more or if you shouldn't. Or at least I can always tell. And I can tell after like the second pull that I shouldn't wall to wall. I don't know, I can't pronounce Amon, USM Corp. Sorry, I shouldn't bring that up again, I apologize. Yeah, wall-to-wall is easier when you have mobs that do a lot of telegraphs, too. Which may sound weird, but, I mean, it makes sense, right? More telegraphs means less white damage, because they're sitting there winding up the telegraph, so they're not hitting you. So you're taking less damage. All you have to do is dodge. Hey, Valerian. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. That's totally the voice acting that they would have there. Harbingers, oh my god, elect, the Mage's Sisters. Oh, I've seen those too, Final Cut. I think I've mentioned before, I've had people who have, like, cussed me out in this game for not wall-to-walling. One moment, please. Not share health bars. And only one of them tracks to you. Great. Okay. Good to know. Alright, so what are you casting Reflect on? Okay. I like this fight for reference, if it's not obvious. I've said for years and years and years that dungeon fights can and should be significant, both in gameplay and in story. That opinion has never changed. Hey, Alex. Thank you, as always, very, very much. Can't wait to hear more about Paradise Killer. You got it. Let me jot that down. Oof. And good job, everyone, for joining me. Chakrams. All yours, Bregman. And you apparently also want the Mail of Maiming. What is that? Dragoon Reaper. I want to see it. It's all yours, but I just want to see it. Whoop! Okay. I didn't even get to see the Chakrams. So I expect to see them, Bregman. Let me see him. Oh, you're a Reaper right now. Damn it. At some point in the future, please show off the Chakrams. So yeah. That was a really good dungeon.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
And then Y'shtola dies again, and then we have to resurrect her again.
Curious. There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, seriously. Before things go even worse, can we just wreck this thing? Thank you, Estinian.
And that should be the end of it.
Why would you say that? You're not new at this, Alphino.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Oh, great.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
Everyone's here as a Dragoon, right?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
No, you break. That actually is interesting, though. It explains why the towers cropped up so quickly. Because they are, for all intents and purposes, a temporary summoning. They're being summoned into existence, which means that when the summoning is cancelled, that's actually pretty logical, and fits completely with what I've been theorizing since they first showed up.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Yeah, exactly. Pull the power source and there's nothing there. Very wall of the faithy.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
As usual.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
Graha just kind of saving her bacon. Again.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
It depends. Are they tempered?
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I say tempering is only the first problem here.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
Yeah, exactly, Yosenkor.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
And we need some rope to bind these people while we fix them.
Hail, scions!
Hey, we need some rope.
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Rope. It's like you weave some cords into a thing and you... chains? I don't know.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
That's why this is the perfect time to bind them, Alex. Hello, pay attention. Sorry, I don't mean that as a...
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Reunion. All the elephant people. Reunion. Yeah. Reunion. Hopefully she's been in there less time, so she's less, you know, mind clonked. Hey, we're out. Alright, Bragman. Where's Bragman? She left me. I always knew she would. Question mark? Well, I have several item caches, but I have no idea which one I got from the dungeon I just did. It would hypothetically be that one, the gauntlet, which I don't need because they're 515. I also got that. Oh, hey, there's a helmet. Never mind. That's probably what I got right there. Oh my god, that's terrifying. I am never wearing that. Get out of my inventory right now. Be gone. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Let's have some salad. There we go. Okay. Right. How you doing, Estinian? Hearing all those Batanga may have been the true struggle. Yeah? Yeah. Luxodons and all that. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzatan for treatment. Alize and Y'shtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you have a moment to catch your breath. You may now do Zot with trust. Yay. Have you had enough rest? You never were one being idle. Right. So we need to go to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. Okay. Oh wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go ahead. I need to make a quick detour to the Grey Work. We left Garaha in the alchemist's care. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Imagine what they could learn from Garaha. So that is very cool looking, Bragman, and I do approve. But I was hoping to see the chakrams. Yeah, I know, right, Alex? It's actually kind of funny in its own right, because we managed most of that, but then we had Estinian for our artillery, which tracks. He's been artillery more than a few times. And then we had, I like how Bragwin chose the one spot that's in shadow. Look at that. She's like 2 feet from sunlight in either direction. And she's like, no! No, shadow! And then Garaha managed the levitation spell. Although if he'd been prepped for that, maybe he might not have passed out from the effort. So, you know, whatever, as they say. I don't have a thing over there, do I? No, I do. Oh, this is going to take me a minute. Ugh. Can I get some fat chocobo music here going really quick? Sorry. I listen to music at full volume, so it's there by default, and I didn't catch that until a little bit too late. That's my bad. You know what? If we're gonna be this slow, let's just own it. God, I double hate this mount now, since it looks like the frickin' tower. Yeah, this is a great time for questions. Let's see here. Favorite sword amongst all MMOs? I mean, Frostborn. But after that, I don't know. I rather am fond of the Apocalypse, which is also in WoW. And like 50 other swords that are in WoW. So all the WoW swords. Is Garaha the strongest scion beyond us? Yes, absolutely. Is stealing 100 cakes terrible? No, that is delicious. Little Billy says, you've been enjoying Reaper. How far in levels and quests have you been? So my Reaper is level 90, and I have done all of the quests that I know that exist. Obviously, I haven't done role quests, but Reaper be awesome. Although I haven't had a lot of chance to try out Enshroud yet. I need to play with that a little bit more. Because there's still part of it I don't understand. Which I'll figure out at some point. The tower gone, I expect the state of alert will be lifted. Well, you know. This is the Scholastica coat. Dyed blue. Dragoon blue. If you wanted to know specifically. And yeah, it works really well with Reaper. I never really intended it to, but it actually fits almost fantastically with Reaper, in my opinion. Make fun if you will. It especially looks good from the back, which is important because the back is what I'm normally seeing as I'm playing the game. And I didn't, Tim, because I was chewing on it for quite a while, and I came up with an answer during the lunch break, and then I forgot about that answer, because I'm a moron. Tim asks, I've always been an advocate of player freedom, but I've been presented an argument I don't agree with, but I don't have a counter-argument for. And I quote, freedom in story in games just gives you poorer stories. To give freedom is to give responsibility. Imagine giving the responsibility to edit Lord of the Rings trilogy to each audience. Wouldn't that only give them a poorer story overall? Now, that is a very stupid argument. Theirs are, not yours, obviously. Because it presumes only one possible outcome of a multifaceted scenario. To wit, the way that you can make a story work and still give player choice is twofold. One, you could give the player the choice of which story they engage in. I can use a specific example of this. That would be Oblivion. Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which is a perfect example because the moment you leave the tutorial area, you don't have to do anything. Even the main story quest is completely optional in Oblivion. That's one method by which you can have optional story. You choose what to do, when, where, how, and why. Option 2 is Dragon Age Origins, which is a game in which what you do is you increase the overall, for lack of a better way to put it, work that is involved in the process. So what I mean by that is, that's cool looking. I don't think I'd use those. That's a little bit too much like a face, but still very cool looking. But the point is, in Dragon Age Origins, what you do is you have stories that can go multiple ways because you have added player choice to the thing. See, this is the counter-argument that you are lacking. Freedom in stories doesn't give you poorer stories. Freedom in stories gives you more work. Because anytime you add freedom to a story, what you do is you increase the amount of work that you, the developer and or writer, have to do in order to make that story good. Because you are effectively writing more story. That's it. That's the answer. That's the counter-argument. Also, Pillars of Snow asked, what are my thoughts on the subtitles for each Japanese subtitle in the expansion? And honestly, I don't actually like them all that much, from what you shared earlier. None of them worked for me. Rather than getting lost, we'd best ask for directions. Lead the way. Don't expect me to be your tour guide. Okay. Come on, Estinian. Let's go kill Uison Corp. Thank you for the rides. If you want the truest example of how to make a story that allows you player choice while still making it a mostly good story, look no further than Detroit Become Human. Which, again, goes back to my point exactly, which is what it did was created an extraordinarily huge amount of additional work. Because they had to map out that labyrinthine chain of what happens where and when, and obviously that did actually have player choice, and, you know, duh. Master Lore, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest place of Radzada. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars to the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and etherite disabled. Mass Effect 3, Mr. Red. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. I'm joking. Andromeda is actually a better example of a game that tried and failed to have player choice. Please ascend the steps. Okay. Believe it or not, Mass Effect 3 did have a fairly large amount of player choice acknowledgement. It just wasn't good, but it was there. Andromeda, however, had very, very, very little player choice while casting a guise of being player choice. Ah, yes, I know that this portal leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzatan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up sections of their vaults, and for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one when you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as to which I can personally attest. Interesting. Huh? What developer am I most sad to see decay and die? Do you mean as like a potential? Or one that's actually happened already? The brickwork has been hit or miss. Sometimes it's actually been really good, and sometimes it's been pretty bad. I'm more likely to give out individual zone pluses and minuses rather than generic ones in this one. Both, alright. So, a developer that has died and rotted that I was sad to see go is probably Westwood, if I was to pick one specifically. No, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to say Microprose. Microprose was... Well, it was Microprose. What else can I say about that? Hang on, I'm curious about something. Real quick. A developer I would be sad to see rot and die is Blizzard. Not Actiblizzard. Blizzard. It would be a criminal shame to see one of the... I don't know what to call it. Like, so many IPs that I absolutely love, and what used to be a strong-standing... I don't know how to phrase this. Quality games. Blizzard used to quite literally be known for quality games. Oh, for God's sakes. Like, it was literally their thing. It was the Blizzard shtick that they wouldn't push out a game early and that they wouldn't rush things, and they wouldn't push things out until it was polished to a sheen. Their games had issues, to be sure, but polish was the word that most described Blizzard games. That hasn't been true for years now. That arguably hasn't been true since Diablo 3. By which I mean Diablo 3 was a polished game, but then after that, you know... I don't know, I'm probably wrong about the specifics of the timing there, but you get my point. If Blizzard continues to just rot and die because a couple of idiots want a few more bucks, well, that sucks. And I don't have anything else to say about that. Okay. And I suppose that's fair. There are, if I actually think about the timeline, I'm sure there's games that's come out after Diablo 3 that still have the Blizzard polish to them. Because Here's the Storm, let's be clear, was a very good game. It was the best MOBA I've ever played, and I've played a lot of them. And I don't just mean that because it was Blizzard IPs, I mean that because it was really well constructed and really well designed. Leaned very, very heavily on something that almost every other MOBA didn't do. Map design. I can't target this person. There we go. Yeah, and then it died. BioWare has been a walking corpse for a long time. Anthem was just the confirmation of what we already knew. Let's just be clear about that. I remember passing by here with Varshan. Situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city itself is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Dude, you coat that in some good curry, I will eat any of this. I mean, you're right, Tara. And it's actually frustrating to me, but I suppose that's valid. It's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like League of Legends, even if I was to ignore the toxic player base, which I can. The game itself is honestly quite boring to me. Because all it is an arena match in the same map over and over and over. The only variance is the players and the characters, which is just boring to me, to be as blunt about that as I possibly can. The total lack of map variety makes it like, okay. No, I remember Asdamine. It's like Tara mentioned. The companies have actually tried to branch out with map design with both League of Legends and Dota 2, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been like, both times, and pulled back from that. Yeah, no, exactly. League of Legends is the kind of game I would probably play for about an hour and then never play again, which is funny because that's happened 3 times now. And I'm trying not to sound too judgmental, because, you know, some people like black licorice, and they're insane, clinically speaking. But my point is that, to me, there is absolutely nothing interesting about that. Literally. It's just, okay, that's dumb. And that's about all I can say about it. But then again, I've never truly understood the PvP mindset. Even speaking as someone who has PvP'd at multiple points in my life and enjoyed it, I still, to this day, do not get the PvP mindset. I mean, Smash Bros, you know, Final Destination, no Fox, no items. It's the most boring possible match available. And yet...
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Yeah, but all that did was get rid of one tower. Just one. And there are how many of these damn things?
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzathan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzathan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
I was gonna say that too. It's like, you know, we all could also ask Chris Velger, who's another person who's been around that long.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
So that's interesting. If I'm not mistaken, that's the first time we've confirmed that he landed on the source and not the original planet. I've suspected that for a long time. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Rax. I mean, it's nice to visit, so I guess it doesn't completely suck.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Not a good thing right now. By the way, Hydarax's friend.
Seek you to divine the will of this star. If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since.
I'm probably reading too much into this, but this reminds me a lot of WoW. Or rather, of Warcraft. I'll explain in a minute. Or maybe I won't, I don't know.
Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I just wish he could be with us right now, honestly.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
As long as you don't show me Al-Shafal, I'm okay. Damn it!
Take Protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Terrible Primarch. God. I've only done one dungeon so far. I need to start skipping cutscenes. God. What were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing much. Well, if you say so. The others have gone to the High Crucible. Let's catch up. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to High Crucible. First, let's return to Mulberry Orchard. Yeah, I noticed the ad. Mount on... Go. I don't know what to make of this game so far. Or this expansion, I should say. And I mean that with total sincerity. This so far has not gone in any direction I would have ever predicted or perceived it to go in. It doesn't follow any narrative construct or trope that I'm aware of. With possibly one exception. And the only reason I say possibly is because I'm not sure if I'm right yet. I tell you what I'm right about, but, well, you asked me not to, so... From here we're supposed to follow the path left past the mulberries. If I was to try and use words, which I am ever terrible at and can't pronounce properly, what I would say is that the story is... strolling. It is unhurried and unrushed, and I hesitate to use the word meandering, but it is strolling its way through what I can only refer to as unconnected events. I'm not trying to joke when I say strolling, because I was trying to think of a word for meandering that didn't have negative connotations. Because usually when I refer to a story as meandering, that's a bad thing, and it's usually negative territory. And if I say a story is meandering, I'm insulting it. Yeah, leisurely gait, I like that. Just kind of taking its time, doing whatever. To use a bit of visual difference, what Shadowbringers did was there was a staircase of establishment and escalation. Hi, Lunaruth. And then another staircase of establishment of escalation. A brief period of breather. And then it just kind of did this for the entire rest of the expansion. A non-stop incline of escalation, both in severity and in tone. Sometimes it was personal, sometimes it was grandiose, but in all cases, the the overall tempo, the overall tone of the game never stopped increasing. I've talked about this before. Almost every game, almost every story for that matter, usually does either a long incline or a long decline when it comes to its storytelling, its projection. Earthbound is a decline, for example, whereas like FF9 is a good example of an incline. It just goes up and up and up and up and up until the final moments, right? And then it takes its breath. And as I've said before, it's not just about like the scope and the scale, but about the severity. It could be a very, very personal story. I talked about this in my Aliens rumination. That's another example of that coming up recently. Oh, for God's sakes, I still can't use the etherite. Whatever. Chrono Trigger is a fascinating example because Chrono Trigger actually has no less than 3 separate inclines. One up to Magus' lair, one up to the Toronto lair, and then one up to the finale. But each one of those is an incline. It's a straight all the way up, then a plummet, then a brief spike, and then another plummet, and then a non-stop incline, much more gradient, but still present for the rest of the thing. Even when you hit the Ocean Palace, you think it's done inclining, but actually it continues to go up from there. Because again, that kind of tone thing isn't just about severity, or isn't about scale, excuse me, it's about severity, sorry. Using my words wrong here. Time to hear good news. Good news? There's good news? But if I was to describe Endwalker so far, what it's been doing is a linear line.
These are the talismans we were promised.
It hasn't been going up or down. It's really weird.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, basically, the tone of FF14 as a whole peaked whenever the expansion, whenever the patch was, I forget, but when Fandaniel first showed up with Lunar Bahamut and showed off the towers. From then until now, through patches and through this, it's effectively been a linear line, with only one debatable dip upwards, which was very short in the middle of that.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
Gonna be the Tower of Babel, isn't it?
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Are you sane?
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
As requested, I will not share my thoughts out loud. I am jotting them down as I go, and not editing or deleting them, so I can share them as I go when we get there. Excited's the wrong word, but I'm pretty excited. Last thing I remember being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours had to overcome to rescue us. Yeah. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Yeah, people actually asked me to not share my thoughts, Kais, now, so... no thought sharing. Glump. This is over here. It's gonna make for a weird stream, because I'm gonna have not much to say other than on the gameplay axis. Like, ever. So this dungeon is interesting! Dot, dot, dot. Where am I? This way. It's okay, I don't even like marshmallows. Good to be back with the fruits of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings from the Alliance leaders. As a further aside, I'm lying, I actually really like marshmallows a lot. I have a thing, a jar, one might say, of marshmallow fluff in my kitchen right now. Ooh, an Archon burger? Okay. I don't trust that at all, but whatever. Yeah, no, exactly. Doesn't that just sound terrifying? So, words. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I was gonna say why I feel like the tone hasn't moved, and I stand by that statement. The tone hasn't moved. That's not a debatable. That is a true statement. I think the reason we've been having a singular, uninterrupted line in terms of tone presentation throughout the game is because it's not wrapping up. That's not right. It's more like it's touching on everything. We're doing this here, and then this here. Remember the dragons over here? Remember Radzathan over here? Here's Estinian's thing. Here's this thing over here. And it's just going around and putting, or touching upon each of these little points to make sure that they're all there and they're all in peace. Yeah, exactly. This is a whole setup sequence, and we've been going through it for several patches at this point, if you think about it. And that's my theory on that. So, some of you may know that I like Oreos. So, I've got a thing of marshmallow fluff, and I usually use it for making fudge for family members and whatnot. But, one other thing you could do is you could get an Oreo and just kind of scoop out some marshmallow fluff on it. And it's actually a really good taste combo. I can recommend it. Anyways, I'm not actually joking at all. The flavors counterbalance each other quite well. Oh goody, Archon loaf to go with my Archon boygut. I mean, in my defense, I only eat like one of those at a time, for obvious reasons. But it's quite good. I've always had a huge sweet tooth. I've said that for years, and it's never not been true. I was using it. You remember those toffee salted caramel Oreos I mentioned, Ross? I was doing it with that, and it works out very well. It also goes well with the mint ones.
And protect them well.
It wasn't when I zoned in, Lunareth, but I can check in a minute.
Good. You're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
I like to think that canonically we actually eat a lot because we burn a lot of energy. I mean that. Like, I actually like that idea. Kind of like the Flash, but less so. Look at the size of that burger! That's like this big! So, burger without pickles. Give the pickle to Graha. And, oh god, he likes the drippings. Meanwhile, Alphinaud's just having tea.
Lest you wonder, we invited Astinian as well.
And pizza! Alphinaud's having pizza.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
I'm gonna order burgers for tonight now. That's just happening.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf...
She's just having cookies. Look at how big those cookies are.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
Nope, she's also having pizza.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Astinian, beset on all sides.
Jesus, Graha!
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
Is that like just a strawberry pie in the middle?
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Yeah, she's tired. God. Oh, they've got those,
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
those cookies I can't remember the name of.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it?
No, not Jammy Dodgers. It's like...
Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radsat Han?
Over there aren't Jammy Dodgers. Hang on.
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Macaroons. That's what they're called. Macaroons.
And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us.
Sanity anchors.
Rare and hard won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Well, you know.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's cool. We're all cool here. Damn it. So there's this place near here, which is a burger joint, but they don't have an option to not get mayo on the burgers. Like, literally, you cannot not get burger, or not get mayo. What the crap? Yeah, I don't like mayo in general. No judgment. No, it's not. So sometimes they have an option for that. Most of the times they have an option, but they don't have an option for that here. So we just pushing on till dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Let's try this other place. There's another one I found. Which also has mayo, of course. But let's see if I can get rid of the mayo. Yeah.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
Thank you, Cycloud. Very much. As always. I'll go ahead and jot that down for the Metroid block.
Our tower in Thavnair has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yeah, the irony here. I was going to comment on this earlier, but we were in a voice actor cutscene. Again, this is the tactician in me speaking. You know, the armchair general, if you will. But the correct course is to beeline for here. Really. The damage the towers are causing is not insubstantial, but it is lesser compared to coming to here. Cutting off the head, figuring out what they're doing here, destroying whatever this massive tower is. This is something we need to deal with pronto, if for no other reason than to get more intel on what's going on.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No, that's the problem.
No.
All else is equal. Equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes. I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Thank you for watching my show, Final Cloud. So, forgive the indulgence. I decided to go ahead and order Boigas, but they actually close soonish, so I have to order it now. I can't schedule it for later. So I might have to get up for a few minutes to go grab my food in, theoretically, about an hour, but we'll see. Just giving everyone a warning on that. Hey, a 525 weapon. Barely better than mine, I think. A little bit. There you are, feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio, as it happens. Oh, right. Sorry. Hang on. I was... There we go. No, not yet, Scion. At least none that I could share, because everyone asked me not to share my thoughts. I did just write down a note about Xenos, but that's neither here nor there. So anyways, turns out people have come here to see us. Wait, hang on, what? Oh yeah, Montagine, or how the hell they pronounce his name. He's coming here to talk to us. Since we're waiting, let's go talk to him. Yeah, Garaha will not be showing his face. That's probably for the best. I have no thoughts. I am a cacti. Cactus. Boy. What are you doing? Father can master these, so can I. Yep, no thoughts, only burger. Heading out for a stroll. Yes. The Scholark himself was here? In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say a notoriety precedes us. Alphen of all people worrying over his reputation. And at our alma mater, no less. Wonders never cease. Alright, I'll give you one thought. One. I'm still not interested in Xenos or Amon. But I could see how both of them fit into a theory I've been building, which I can't talk about. Just double checking, in case everything's changed. Oh, okay. Get burgers! Get burgers! Aw, that sucks, Primarch. I'm sorry. I know exactly what that feels like, too. Well, Garaha was caught, you know, sneaking into the forbidden section to read forbidden books, so... Dude, if I could do, like, a streamer thing... we're gonna have a post-stream, like, just discussion stream, Scion. I'm not 100% sure exactly when it'll happen, but it will happen. Anyways, if I could just, like, food to all my viewers, I assure you I would do it without hesitation. No, little Billy, there was no thing where you could get a slice of pizza. There we go. Hey, I didn't get that pizza, if you remember. That was the one they delivered to the Amazon distribution warehouse's parking lot. And I gotta emphasize that. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you to have made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also hosts numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what will become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Yeah, for those of you who didn't hear that whole story, it's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Alphino is giving a rather repeated speech. I always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Oh, nice. Vegan pizza. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he's recited the same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping grounds. I prefer stomping grounds myself. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors, way too much like his dad. Hold on, you both joined at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Yeah, well, I'm a red mage. And he's changed classes, so... Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. I'm certainly not the most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow, if nothing else. Just remember, this is where the legend of Alphino Runner began. Hey, those Geth need to be wiped out, okay, Zektot? Do what you gotta do. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, no time like the present, but let's look for the Scholark first. It'd be more accurate to say the Saudis finished buying SNK, but yes, von Falkenstein. I guess I'll have my Archon burger now. They probably noticed what the Chinese were doing, von Falkenstein. Was Alphino? The Alphino? He's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. I'm not a student here. Oh, sorry. You're looking for the scholar. Yeah, he could be anywhere, but she might have a better idea. Okay. And yeah, there's fast food chains, and then there's burger chains, mid-tier chains. And then there's local joints, which vary very wildly in quality. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly. I'm in orientation's order. Allow me to bid you welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. Yeah, why is everyone in this city a Xehanort? That's right. Books! What's the second most important thing you can find here? Everything else! This is the crafting area. Got it. Oh, this is the studium. Right, these are the crafter quests. Got it. As your newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning... Oh, I won't be a dick about it. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. Xehanort was always a crafter. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? You're looking for a scholar. I'm afraid we don't have any stock, but... Oh, you mean him! He was here, but he's not now. He did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. Said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Okay. This is probably relevant. I'm sorry. Or they could hang up on me before they finish the call. That's cool. That's whatever. Whatever. Moving on. Where the heck am I? Lunarith is just talking fact here. Preach it. Scalark was here a while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though he spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, maybe to one of the auditoriums? God, if we ever get to the point where we start selling insurance or warranties on food, then I'm going to just pull over this planet, and I swear to God, I am turning our species around.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Oh, by the way, Alex, you should totally go look at my Lord Derv's Dwarven episode. I'm being sincere. You should go check it out sometime.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
You know, I'd like to deny that.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
As I say, I'm pretty sure they literally can't tell us.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
Very carefully.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
And yeah, that's pretty much a straight up geese right there.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good.
I love it. One of the options is just,
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
That'd be an
Picture the
interesting
soul as
lesson.
paper, and memories as words written upon it.
I just realized, when I take over the world, I'm probably have to personally give lessons on the magic that I will obtain in order to take over the world. So, how am I going to determine who gets to go to those lessons? That's going to be an interesting thing.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I mean, that your word is actually meaningless because by your own admission, you could be forced to go against your word.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
I was about to say, how do you restore the ink underneath the ink?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Really?
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
But if you survived in the ethereal sea...
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
They're also not mutually exclusive. It could depend entirely on the significance of the soul, the density of the soul, the frequency of the soul.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
By the way, I would totally teach like this. With, you know, stuff. Especially if I had magic. Visual story, visual education.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
I mean, how many times have you seen me do this in order to try and visually indicate something, right?
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
there's our... Yep, no, yep. There's those quests. And then he Dark Souls it up as he's leaving. Alright, hang on. Where's Giga Pudding? Listen, Giga Pudding, if you can't keep that rooster in control, I'm afraid we're going to have a very delicious lesson, okay? Some of my earliest memories are of Scholark Bob, actually. He was a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with tricks like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. Yes, did you bring enough chicken for everybody, Giga Pudding? While he is best known for his role as head of the studium, he's said to be one of the finest mages Charlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Alright. Everyone, pay attention. Now, first thing we're going to talk about is time travel, okay? So, that was our lesson on time travel. I do hope you all appreciated that. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny. I came with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave even more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be of good boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, back to the annex. Anyways, so, now, everyone, thank you for joining me. This will be our discussion on time travel. I'm sorry, dumb joke. Dismissed. Go forth, conquer in my name, or in your name, or in somebody's name. I don't know, just get some conquering going on, right? As long as there's conquering going on, that's the important part. Today's lesson about time travel. Nope. Any questions? Well, let's see if this is worth a damn. It's barely better. And I do mean barely, my gosh. Estinian returned not long after we departed for the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the Scholark. Or perhaps not. Hey, Estinian, you ready for... Having spent most of my time in Thavnair, I've yet to fully grasp the lay of the land here in Charlayan. Ever finding my way to the annex proves a challenge. You better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, and before you know it, you'll be running some other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine. Seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholark Bob's lecture to Raha. Given his experience in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. No! We're never getting away from it. It is our destiny to hear this song forever. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked we bring them to Limsa Lominsa. Yeah, we'll be in Elden Ring and this song will start playing. I, for one, think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but we'll see what awaits us in Vilbran. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Yeah, I'll be playing WoW years from now, and this song will be playing, and I'll just be like, oh God, no, why? It's time to do a mission. Dum, da 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 dum, da 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 dum, da 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 dum. Oh, these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the Alchemists. Yes, let's mod this song at FF14. I like that idea. Oh God, you've heard of Tidus Fantasy. Imagine just this song, Fantasy 14. It's just, every song in the entire game is just this song. You're not coming with us. As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We've already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as official representative, are found to be consorting with foreign powers, we can imagine how that will go. I can't. No, Scion, no. I should remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling feathers. You know, I just realized I can do this. With luck, we'll soon have news of our own to share. Tide's about to turn, I can feel it. Talimsa Laminsa. What? I'm free. There. Alright, this is going to be my TED Talk on how to make fried chicken. Now, did everyone bring a chicken that has been dyed green, as was in the curriculum? Let's see. Nobody brought a fried chicken? Ugh. I'm disappointed in you all. Oh well. Excellent Giga Pudding. Now, I want you to force feed your chicken the fried chicken we make. It's good for him. Builds character. You have to put them into tiny little strips so that they can get them down, you know, so they don't actually... What, Reggie? Listen. Forced cannibalism is the greatest way to make sure that that chicken knows who's in charge. You have to establish dominance. If you challenge me, well, you know what that means. My apologies for calling away from Charlian at such short notice. Yeah, it's worked out great for the cows. On the contrary, we're honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we're overwhelmed. Victory will be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative for the wheels to go into motion. It's reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? We go to Garlemald, because it's the next zone, because it was on the map. It hinges entirely on the warding scales and their ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time at Charlian, the Allied nations have been engaged on multiple fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahagan, Ixal, and Ananta have led to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzahan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. As it is you, the scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telephoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart. Garlemald. I mean, again, even if the zone map hadn't given that away, let's just be very clear. This makes a lot of sense, and I said that before, and I'll say it again. It is most logical for us to, at the very least, try to gauge some kind of intel of what's going on in Garlemald right now. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. It's okay, I know there's 2 other zones. Because you mentioned a Zone 5. And I don't know what those zones are. I really don't. I will say this. I think it's fair to say that since I know what 3 of 5 zones are, at least, I can go ahead and say that the game has already not done what I expected it to do. I do not ask we set aside decades of conflict and conquest, that we'd simply choose to forgive and forget. Yeah, that doesn't work out that well. I only ask that in choosing to remember we not forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Yeah. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital, the Tower of Bab-Il. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what is to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telepharoi. Certainly no rush to push further into our lands. Yeah, they're winning. That's the other thing, by the way. They are currently in the lead. Their victory is us holding here and just sitting, so... That's just standard strategy. If your opponent is capable of pushing you and isn't, something's up. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. And there was a limb there. Don't think I forgot the limb. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was redirected to the largest spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we've uncovered the truth, we'll bring the schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handling the scales over and being on our way. No, we're going to Garlemald, dude. Yeah, see? An official request from the Eorzean Alliance and the Eastern Alliance and the Alliance of Alliances. There's a lot of alliances going on here. I think Zaydenra could deal with Satrap. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Oh, Jesus Christ. When you say an hour long, when do you mean? Because I cut off in 40 minutes. For the people of Garlemald. Okay, I was going to say, please feel free to point out when I get to the hour-long thing, because I'll probably go ahead and just chop it there, given how late it already is today. And the fact that this is an elongated stream I'm doing right now. Okay. Pack warm clothing. Yep, no, I know. Interesting choice of music for this scene. Excellent shorts. I mean, my outfit hasn't changed yet, because I'm still running around in Crypt Lurker gear. In fact, I'm not sure when that's going to change. What is that? Yep, nope, that's 525. We're still not there. Absolutely zacked out. Once you accept this quest, multiple cutscenes will play in sequence. You should probably go get a massage, have a spa treatment, take an hour nap, stretch, do some exercise. Fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration was never his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he goes, like a gala cat swept up in a strong breeze. Rest assured, he will be there when you need him. Probably. If Amric asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't dare breathe a word about the cord. Yeah, I think it looks good. I just think you got built to hell for it. I must quiz Thancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Do I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times. I admit this is all rather daunting, although not quite the way I was expecting. I'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with the Alliance's finest, the best of the best, the Warrior of Light, and me. It's silly, I know. Maybe this is a way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilzabard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Here to make a friendly wager? I will wager you 1 burger that Fordola comes with us. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys for destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Imeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, I'll answer you in a second, Rax. it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive front fall into disarray. And just between us, there is a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion we send our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid to the Garleans made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. Hate to say it, Lord Aymerick's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. Hello, Gaius. I mean, he's a duh. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being of the information I've shared with Maxima. For the sake of our people of Garlemald, may the fates be at your side. Oh, you're not coming with us. Is Maxima coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. Oh, I do. The Tlepharoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people, but though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos, were I to travel into the interval with the Ilsabard contingent. It would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Yeah. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I will assume the role of your guide. Maxima. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love of Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You know, Gaius is right, admittedly. You might even bump in an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. Not that she exists. Alright, so I said I'd talk about it. Let's see if I have a chance. Yep. This is probably the moment to talk about it. This feels like going after Vothri. The first time, to be more clear about it. So let me map this out real quick. So narratively, we've been at a singular line so far, and we've had a quick spike with the tower, and then actually a fairly big dip with the breather episode we just went through, which is earned because we just took down a tower, first victory. And now it feels like we're gathering the group to go after Garlemald to do something, and you know, it's going to be a big conflict and big confrontation. And yeah, exactly. It feels like we've been in a little mini expansion, and then we're going to do this. What I'm predicting right now, and I'm going to say this out loud, because this might be the cutoff point for the stream, is what I'm predicting is similar to the trick they pulled in Shadow. We will have our first conclusion, Vothri, and then we'll have our second conclusion, Emet-Selch. I have no idea, honestly, which direction that could go in, but I stand by it. Actually, I know exactly what direction I think I'm going to go in, but I'm going to be quiet about that. We've seen the contingent on its way. I will return to my duties in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you. Actually, hang on. Let me see something real quick. Yep, okay. Hang on. So, yep, let's talk to everyone. So that's Gaius Balsar, the horrors he must have seen. Many of his own making, I do not doubt. Like Gaius, I too stand accused of Varus' murder, though I'm much less recognizable on sight. Still, it's something to bear in mind once we reach Garlemald. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with a lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies and came to their aid. This worm, as described, was the spitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she continues to wage war against the Tlepharoi. Good. For her sake. In addition to ours. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald. We who remain will have to fight much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. This old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials they've ever known are soldiers. A very common problem. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly, underestimated at your peril. Yeah, let's go conquer Russia. I mean... No, I am joking. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered at the Royal Palace. I shall inform of the arrival. 7 million years of cutscenes. No, okay. It didn't say anything. Yes, let me in, please.
By the 12.
Really, Scion? Sorry. What? There's the Dragoon, and there's the people from the Black Mage chain, and the Monk chain, and the Bard chain, and...
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
What I would find fascinating, and I doubt they would do this, is if the people who are here are only here because those are the jobs you've done the 80 quest on. Like, that'd be the marker, right? If you've done that class's 80 quest, that group of people are here, right?
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
So there's Scholar, there's Machinist, there's Dragoon.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
A rogue, too.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Wait, are we gonna get voice actors for all the people who have never had voice actors?
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Because, yeah, that's White Mage, one of the two kids that started off that line. And, of course, he's from Bard.
Of course, with an experienced White Mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfier to send his best, and for whatever reason, Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
I was going to say, those are actually crafters in the background.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. And then again, so are we.
Random commentary. You may notice that the people in the background have a three-dimensional object, but have 100% no movement. They're not even doing idle movement. That's because those aren't loaded, technically. Those are part of the background. They are a static object rather than a dynamic object. I forget what the actual terms are code-wise. But it's a way to really bring down the processing power necessary for a scene to be able to have a scene like this, to be able to have a thing where you can actually have tons of people in the background. It's a pretty common trick. I've actually literally seen this as far back as the PS2 era.
The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
I guess FF8 did do it as well, but FF8 literally painted them. Like, they weren't separate objects, they were just drawn. But yeah, no, you're right.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
Yeah, rogue, black mage.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction?
Is that... You're right, that is pugilist. You're right, my bad.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emonolaine!
Ah, yes. Emonolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Yeah, I hate to interrupt, but we figured out your arc, dude. You're good at information gathering. You're actually good at it, you know? Go do that. In fact, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to assign you to information gathering once we get to Garlemald. Not that I have command of that. Your fancy footwork will be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
You're never gonna get with her. I'm just gonna let you know that right now.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
I stand by my statement.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Speaking of little son.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Do you notice Bozja and Dalmasca are being represented there too? They're in the background, but they're there.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yep, you heard it. Bosnian.
Experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Oh yeah, sorry, I mentioned there's 3 things I refuse to change my pronunciation. There's actually 4. I'm not calling it Bozja. Let's just get that out of the way.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
So say we all.
Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
See, I would, Alex, but I am crazy.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy.
Okay, so we're going to assign these 15 legions to this front, and the Warrior of Light's going to be over here, on this front.
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
This is the first time we've had a true thing like this in FF14. I don't know how to describe it. Like, yeah, sure, we fought large-scale foes, and yeah, we've fought world-ending threats multiple times, but this is the first time that there's actually been a large-scale threat to the entire planet that the planet is unifying against. This is very last act of a Final Fantasy.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
I mean, Final Fantasy has been in love with the fake-out final boss thing for a long time. I mean, they've done that in 14. Never mind, you know, like, arguably FF1 with the City in the Sky thing.
Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back. No. We beat the tower, right? Oh, jeez, that's a lot of people to talk to. Oh, I'm talking to all of those. You beat the tower, right? And whatever boss is in there, and Xenos is like, oh, I'm dead, and everything's dead. And then you just see a splash screen of, who'd be most important? Hildebrand. Hildebrand. It's like, good job, you want to go out for a burger? That's it, the end. With the Mole, champions of Nadam, and the Datharl having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppes in their absence. And I would... I would not get a burger with Hildebrand. I was trying to think of someone silly enough, like, to equate the president, right? And I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance might deliver them to victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Datharli dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Oh no, there it is! It's Lolorito. There it is. It's Lolorito. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It's the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and she thinks it's a worthy cause, and that is reason enough. Although we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She's much better company on a hunt than any of Stepp's oafish men could dream to be. Glad to see you well, Lore. Grandmother was worried after you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other fluorescent black.
Closer they circled and closer as they danced the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Hang on, let me jot down a note about that. In the blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we know not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that greater danger awaits. I'm sorry, this is actually a little loud. I know what I'll do. I'll turn it down a bit here. There we go. Whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Her brain is uniquely programmed to pick up etherical currents, would be what I'd say, Alex. Ah, Radabin student. I hear from a certain student of my own you've been keeping rather busy of late. You might wonder why a Bosian would want to aid the Garleans. It's simple. I'm a gunbreaker. It is my duty to defend. The way I see it, the civilians of the capital are in need of protection, so that's what I'll do. Yeah, by the way, apparently Gunbreaker is a terrible bodyguard. I just wanted to let you know that. Anyways, okay, so. Dragoon! We have a look at you. Touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I'll be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving with your fine band. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon at one point in time, so you can rest assured I will give all I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. Idle curiosity. Nope, no change in dialogue. Citizen Lore! 'Tis thanks in no small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report I have a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition had ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing in Machinist's praises, once they have borne witness to not only the mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess, too. I guess I'll talk to Emmy. Well, I'd known what a social gathering would turn out to be. I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, perfect opportunity to mingle. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Sirinu and Sadu of the Steppe? Maybe I should introduce myself, although I don't look like the look of the fellow with the enormous axe. I cast my lot with the Popularis to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to stabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would have surely met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day this dream will become reality. So glad I found you. I got a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Of every confidence, your fists shall bring the Telepharoi to their knees, and should you espy beautiful maidens thereabout, perhaps sing to them my praises. Charming, Master. Well, more than a fool for me thinking this letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. Good idea. Seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea in charge about the Azim Steppe with Serene and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. Brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good. Yep, I remember Stormblood too. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we can look back on those days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out alive, so don't die on me, aye? Often has Father told me of his struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, Her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilsabard contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representative of the Sultanate, we are the one in commitment to cause. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telepharoi with the full extent of our powers. Were it not for your brothers, Busi, we would return soon enough. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they could put up a fair fight themselves. With any bit of luck, this will be over and done before you know it. When all this is over, you can pay the Axe Master a visit. He still tells all the recruits about the time he killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. Remember it like it was yesterday. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones I was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't for easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, maybe it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. Greetings, Lore. Well, the time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hells or high water. In case you were wondering, Shiva will be staying behind to defend the Twelves Woods with my sister. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided her skills would be better put to use, keeping the homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Guidelot is also here helping us. Yeah, he's right there. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I will keep a close eye on him, I promise. I can't lie to you, Lore. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother-in-arms, then who am I to petty frog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. The bard unit is quite impressive, really. One must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here, of all paces. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we're on the battlefield. And we'll see if the other has been diligent in the training. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, and with our far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels different to our previous experiences. Yeah, it does! Whoops. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. This is extraordinary. Yeah, Garaha, this should honestly feel like deja vu for you. To be in the company of the finest our allies have to offer with comrades such as these, we're bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to see. Yeah, I noticed that the red mage isn't here, or the reaper, or the sage. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Oh, also, no dancer, but there is a gunbreaker. In any case, I have a feeling I'll see him once again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised how much my swordplay has improved since we last met. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time we shall come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. Excuse me. I have close ties with the scouts to the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups. They're an absolute joy to work with. I bet. I've led troops into battle many a time, but every unit has such a diverse range of talents. I was gonna say, Garlemald is literally... It's from frickin'... Or Garlemald. Wow, Reapers are literally from Garlemald. So... Listen, I'm just here to complain. I want them to work longer hours and take less breaks in between patches. Can they burn themselves out to give me more content? Because that's what I really want. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several... I was actually wondering if the Beast tribes would be involved. And several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate of Ilsefar. Logical. They would also like to prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telepharoi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do so more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales. Care to do the honors? I swear to God, do I have to go talk to everyone now? I just talked to everyone! Okay. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. She didn't! Oh, the talismans. We keep these close at all times, yes? I will see no one misplaces theirs. Oh, I have a message from Lord Hian. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shine the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much like Authard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wishes to express his shared conviction. Hian and Yugri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we will keep the enemy at bay. And we have the Steppe, and the Eastern Alliance will repay our efforts by ending this war. So, here you go. The enchanted talismans, or should that be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the Great Work were not so preoccupied with making them look so pretty. No comment. Oh, look at these. Even a layman will also... Oh yeah, speaking of which, Lise, you got a coat. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyways, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which leaves the mountain of everything else that's waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, huh? And nervous or not, I'd march through the 7 hills if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Also, my food is here. That was actually kind of irritating. So, you know, there's a tracker, and I was watching the tracker. But apparently what ended up happening is she had a delivery, another delivery that wasn't me, in this apartment complex. Now, the tracker doesn't show me where they are when they're doing another delivery. So it was just like, it'll get there at some point. It'll get there at some point. And then she did the other delivery, at which point it was like, oh yeah, they're in the parking lot right now waiting for you. And by the way, they've got an 8-minute timer started. If you don't show up in time, you don't get your food. I'm like, what? Little bit of warning. Yeah. Continuing. Here, you got something for us. Yes, I do. I got boigas. The scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two on this, Oliver. We'll hold on to them for now. Oh, one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was they needed something to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. There you go. Avocado. What did I get? I got a Swiss avocado mushroom barbecue burger. No, that's wrong. That one was the Dijon burger. The other one, the barbecue burger, is barbecue Swiss pickle. And I think there's like something else there. Yeah. I myself am especially grateful to this opportunity to visit distant lands. I'm not eating both tonight, obviously. I'll have the one with avocado today, and then the other one I'll have tomorrow morning for breakfast. Yeah, no mayo. I wonder if they'll have no mayo. Just to be safe, this place had a thing, so I put no mayonnaise, please, just as a thing. We'll see. Anyways, I myself am grateful for the opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn at this star we call home. Unfortunately, I need to murder pillars of snow now. There we go. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelves would, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege awarded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Oh yeah, by the way, remember that in lore, there's only a handful of white mages? Like, total? And we got one of them. Technically, we have two of them, counting me, but we at least have one canonical white mage with us, which says something. Just keep that in mind, would you? I mean, you can like mayo however much you want, but if you put mayo on anything of mine, I'm gonna punch you. What's the rarest class? Black Mage, of which there are, once again, 2, counting us. Although, yeah, that's true, there's only 2 Dark Knights as well. There's a lot of classes, there's only just a couple of us. Wording scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. I don't actually like ketchup, but I won't punch you if you put ketchup on there. Mayonnaise actually grosses me out, legitimately. It's not as bad as ranch, but... Ugh. Well, see, if we count Arya, there's 4 red mages. Many things. These talismans may prove... Dude, add dual text. Just straight out of Chrono Trigger. Add dual text. Do it. I know what you're thinking. Limit breaks. No. Really go into it. Anyways. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, I only throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed, but that's doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would not have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to anything other than good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Yeah, there's 3 bards, now that I think about it. Us, the Elder, whose name I can't think of, and Guide-a-lot over there. How many ninjas are there? Oh, there's a lot of ninjas, technically. Which job has the most? Paladin, probably. Or warrior. There's a bunch of those. Like, the whole Sultan Sworn, right? Do you have a wording scale for me, too? I do. Thank you for this. And for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Monk is growing, too. Each expansion, yeah. They've actually been getting more and more monks as they spread the trainings out, so... Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsebard, and I cannot stress enough this is not a token warning. I'll be distributing especially made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, you're welcome, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I'll leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let's proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. As I say, samurai is extraordinarily common. There are literally dozens of samurai, canonically. Like, just pound after pound. Something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur notwithstanding. No comment. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Ul'dan markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. It is said, however, that in recent days the Alchemist Guild hath produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of their Thavnarian counterparts did spur them to action, and that they are not be to put to shame. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for the occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. If you have anything you need to take care of, better see to it now. Since my revival, I've been lax in expending my limited wardrobe. I think we have time for a quick trip back to Ord Charlian. I recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance. What more would I need? Yes, Scholar. 1. Our main NPC for the Scholar is a Marauder. Canonically, even. You could argue that the former Tonberries count, which would put us up to a grand total of 3, but still. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You need to worry about Urianger and I. We have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair time in the north recently, I have no reason to doubt his words. Many of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you do likewise, and provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. Only a time to find something more to my liking. Yeah, that's another one. Summoner. Yeah, there's not many. If only we had... It's probably my third favorite song in Endwalker so far, is the low-key Turk song. Mwahaha! She said that, not me. I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsebard without telling me. Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. Yeah, I noticed her new outfit. Yep, final boss. Why do we need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality of fashion. See, she understands. We all know what endgame of this game really is. She's also got a knife. Careful, she's got a knife. I did have one other thing to share. Erigmus and Blumwida have returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since I'll be running things in the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Why not? You can keep Kryl company at the Baldessian Annex. Yeah, I was gonna say, we all know what Totaro does with that knife. Doink! Yes, we'd love to have you there. I heard Erigmus and Blumwida, I'm butchering these words, did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, got a few things to take care of, then make my way to Charlian. I do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you. That is so not true, Totaro. You are, as always, awesome. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Ha! I've actually seen that goat before. In fact, I think that's the one Alphino wore way back in Heavensward. And it is a cosmetic, too. Ah! Oh, you know what I'm about to do. There we go. Looks like brown is the color I can't dye. Ash gray, huh? Oh, okay. Hang on. That one's ash gray. I don't know. We'll do it. There we go. It doesn't look too bad. Just this once. Just this once. But yes, ignoring the fact that my cutoff time was 13 minutes ago, this is probably a good time to go ahead and cut off for the night. So, tomorrow, the Tataru quest continues. And let me go ahead and, as is tradition, as is quickly becoming tradition, let me go ahead and jump up the story positives, which are at 17. Story negatives, which haven't actually moved yet. Gameplay positives, which have pushed up to 8. And gameplay negatives, which haven't really moved yet. And that's actually where we're at. I do hope, as always, you've enjoyed. See you tomorrow.